All right. I don't think I have a box 7.62 by 5.4. I got like 5 shots really. Why doesn't the gas show up? Gas bugged? You tricked? How did I trick you? You said well, I said definitely Thursday. I said I might Wednesday. I said I wasn't sure because I had to drop my sister off and her family at the airport, and I wasn't sure if I was staying at my in-laws until later. Oh, no worries. I mean, I'm definitely going to be streaming tomorrow and Friday, though. So. We just started, though. There was, the 1.29 update came out. And there's no gas around the bunker. I don't know if that's just me being bugged or what. Bohemian trademark DayZ 2, so DayZ 2 is supposedly in development. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. Because going from DayZ mod to DayZ standalone when it first came out was felt like a huge step back in terms of content and what was available. I'm kind of worried about the same thing in that regard. By the way, Mono was effing miserable. Oh my god, my husband was like, "Do we need to take you to the ER? Are you clear of it now?" I thought it took a long time to clear up. This is Avalon. Appreciate the heart me, Mother Yar. What part of that bush is somebody on the crest of that hill? Been alive for a bit if you have a full beard, yeah. I mean, it only takes, I think, like, if your character be alive for like 2 or 3 hours to get a full beard. It doesn't take that long. And I bet they're going to use Arma Reforger engine because it looks good on Arma. I'm hoping that they just go with Arma, the next iteration of the Arma engine, just skip over Reforger. Because Reforger is just supposed to be like a stepping stone to like the next Arma. But I mean, I haven't really paid too close attention to that stuff, so you know, I'm talking out of my ass when it comes to those things. I mean, they could just be using the Reforger engine. Which I've tried to play the DayZ mod on the Reforger engine, and it is clunky as fuck. Which obviously is not the same as obviously what DayZ 2 would be if it was on Reforger, but if it's anything like that, then oof. That's all I gotta say is oof. And gonna sore throat and fever is gone, but other smaller symptoms that take longer to clear up. Fatigue is one of them, and I still feel it, yeah. I can imagine. It's just a waiting game, yeah. Well, I mean, the good thing is they announced with 1.29 today that basically there's only going to be one more minor patch to 1.29 before 1.3 is going to be the introduction to Badlands. So it sounds like the cadence of 4 patches a year has gone out the window, at least this year. Because basically the patch 1.29, the one that they released, was it today or yesterday? Basically, when they released it, that was actually supposed to be the patch, the first patch of this year. And 1.29 was supposed to be in October, so this should have been like 1.3. I got hacked. Should I join you? No. Did run into a bug today. I was fighting someone and I was blocking their hits, but I was taking damage. I think so. You still do take damage when you're blocking. You just don't take the full amount, especially if they do power hits or they're using like melee items. Although I think regular punches you don't take damage. It's only the heavy punches. It's either that or you were lagged and they were behind you, even though on your screen they were in front of you. Huh. Like a blaze. Oh, so it's more like more realistic. They changed a lot of gun sounds. Yeah, I just wish they would have just overhauled all the gun sounds at the same time and not done them like one at a time, because it took a long time to kind of like memorize all the different gun sounds, and then now, like, you feel like you've memorized them, and then they change it. They change a couple guns at a time, and then they change other guns, and then now there's inside sounds, outside sounds. Hey, what's going on, Grims? You gonna be on Namalsk tomorrow, Grims? MK2 sounds beefy. Well, I haven't shot any guns yet, and I haven't really watched anyone play, like, a lot since the patch, so... And I didn't play experimental, so I don't know what the gun sounds sound like, but I assume it's just gonna take some time to get used to again. It can be. Well, if you want to do a run tomorrow, Grims, if you're down, we can do that. What you watching for? I'm waiting to see somebody pop up at this airfield. Just chilling in a bush. Just chilling in a bush. We heard gunshots to the left a few times, but it kind of sounds like bait. So I only heard one set of shots. I don't know where those other shots are coming from. Can't really tell the direction. Is it behind me? I think it's this way. No, it's at the bunker, it sounds like. Yeah, it's the bunker. That's a shotgun? And DayZ Canada and the Malls being back. I was like, man, I should play today. Play the Malls, but I really want to finish this character. I might switch to the Malls actually after I die here at the airfield. I might take like a quick break to walk my dog. You're very patient? Yeah, I'm extremely patient. I will sit under cars, under bridges for hours. Just wait. I'm a patient panda. I had to relearn how to survive on Sakal today because I haven't played in so long. I feel like after years of playing Namalsk, like playing on Sakal is like easy. The only thing I don't like about Sakal is like the loot progression or the map progression. It just feels It doesn't feel like there's like a you're like guided in a specific direction. You're on PS5? I gotcha. Well, hopefully soon you guys get access to mods. It's a slow progress. Maybe you guys will get mods before DayZ 2. Just running around the island kind of boring, yeah. Well, it had a lot of potential, and like I figured they had a lot more planned after they released it, but it just felt like they just gave up after like after they dumped the containers on the islands. They're like, oh, good enough. And I'm sure that was more of a direction that the studio gave rather than the developers. I don't blame the developers. I blame the studio. I think there's something new this patch, like a bunker or something. No, I think no, they redid part of the bunker on Sakal. I forgot what specifically they did about it, but it's I think they made it so it's less campy. It's called Efeldina. Hola. Yeah, they added a spot to the bunker, I think another entrance, yeah. Alright, I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm just relaxing here on the old hillside, trying to see if anyone comes out to get sniped. It's kind of weird not seeing the gas around the bunker over there. Someone has to pop up. Yeah, I mean this is the end game area for this map. So there's usually, last time we were here, we were basically trailing like this group of 5 around this island. We took out one, and then another group of like 3 showed up, and it was like basically there were, at the end of it there was only 2 left, and I was watching the 2, but they were like in that they were in that ATC tower, and I was shooting at them. They weren't shooting back, but they weren't like running away per se. Like they had every chance to run. It like they were trying to bait me into like coming into the building, and I'm pretty sure they had like a claymore or a landmine set up, and I wasn't about to like just run run in there and trigger their trap. I mean, I'm pretty sure they probably got other people with that, but I wasn't gonna be their Huckleberry. Got to see some cool new Windstride jackets on Trenaris today. Nice. What do you think DayZ needs, in your opinion? It definitely needs some of the stuff that was available in the original DayZ mod. Uh, Bicycles, being able to craft bow and arrows, sneaking up behind people and getting stuff out of their bag, I thought was really good. Like if you can sneak up beside someone who's like on a hill, right, sniping, and you could basically like pull a gun out of their bag if they got it in their backpack. I think that was a good thing that the mod had. The different vehicles that they had, like DayZ standalone versus the mod, the original Arma 2 mod. Like the Arma 2 mod, there had to have been at least 30 different vehicles, including helicopters. All these different, they had different boats. Like the fishing boat, you could drive a tractor. Like there was so many vehicles in the original mod. They need to get back to that stage of it. What else does DayZ need? I think you should be able to interact with more objects that, don't necessarily. And this is something that I believe that they should categorize in the items or in the loot economy that, the server admins can turn on and off if they want. Where it's basically like items that have no actual like use other than, you just for like looks or like props. But I think they should also add items that do stupid things, like the megaphone as an example. I love the megaphone. It has a stupid use for it. Items like that, adding in goofy items, I think is a good idea. Nothing extreme. Like I'm not talking about like all these extreme Fortnite skins or the like Beavis and Butthead skin type things. I don't think they should go in that direction. That's probably at the camp up the hill that way. It's pretty close. I think one thing DayZ would benefit from is a radio system. Like Grand Theft Auto has like like everybody has a radio and they can, talk to people, talk to their friends essentially on the server. They have radios in DayZ, but not enough. I don't feel like not enough people use them. And you get a lot of people playing on Discord where they're encouraged to use like third-party apps. Or there's nothing encouraging them to not use third-party apps. I think it's the better way to put it. Like having to find a radio in game. I think instead of having to find a radio, I think the radio you start with, you should have like a permanent radio, but it's limited somehow. I don't know if it's like range or you can limit it to like specific tier zones. But you should be able to like find like a screwdriver to like fix it up to increase its range or something like that. Because I feel like if everyone had the ability to communicate over a radio in game, more people would be encouraged to use it. Like an overhaul of the in-game voice. Like I like the radio idea, but obviously, there's going to be people that abuse it, and then they decide to blast music on it or be annoying with it, use it as a soundboard. Which I get it. People want to do stupid stuff like that, but I think a good way to balance it is like you should be able to have a direct one-to-one radio with at least one person. I think that's a good limiter. And then once you have more than one person you want to group with, then you have to switch to like a public channel or a public radio channel on the server. There was a Namal server where you'd spawn with the radio, and it was pretty cool, but also a lot, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some servers trying to encourage it that way, right? Like, they spawn you in with the radio. Like, Level 10 did that. And they gave you, like, a shitty battery so that it, like, like, if you try to use that battery for anything else, it would just drain it super fast. I have Level 10 FOMO. Dude, Level 10 was great times. I wish it would make a comeback, even if it was for like a small period of time. I still wish it was around. I'd always run into like Spike on there. I forgot my shirt is all my shirt is all ruined. Server, I don't give out server info. Tell you the map, it's Avalon, but I won't give you the server name. Yeah, I don't even remember what I was zeroing in at. The zeroing resets every time the server restarts, or if you log out and log back in. Waiting for nighttime? Nah, nighttime was already... When this server restarts, it starts at, like, dawn. Or, like, the twilight hours of the sunrise. So it'll be a while before nighttime hits. I think it's, like, 2 hours of daytime. I'm waiting to see somebody cross this airfield. So far, I've seen groups come this direction. I've seen multiple groups come this direction. Still no one, yeah. You just gotta be patient. Somebody usually shows up when you least suspect it. That and the recent gunfire over to the left basically means that somebody's definitely heading this direction. You find this fun on an open world? Yep. I had a lot of fun. You stay in one spot until you take a shot, and if you're not silenced, you basically have to reposition. Which is what I did last time when I was picking on a group of 5. Because once you take one shot that's loud, gives them a chance to try and figure out where you are. Pakistan? No, this is not Pakistan. This is Avalon. Last time I played Pakistan, it was nowhere near this amount of green. It was just more dirt everywhere. I saw a video of you jumping in the water and some guy jumped on top of you. It was funny, yeah. I actually, I didn't think I was actually going to make it into the water. Like, I thought we were going to hit the rocks. And he was trying to jump first, but I was just like, screw it. Like, I basically wanted to call it for the night at that point. And I think me and him were in the same, like, train of thought. Like, we just wanted to, it was like a long run. We weren't really running into anybody at that point. So we were just like, if we die, we die. If we make it, we make it. And I jumped first. And the funny thing is we jumped at different angles, but we jumped from different spots. And so those angles just happened to converge at the same exact spot. I'm surprised no one's been at the airfield either. Oh, there's somebody. By himself? No, I think he's got a friend. No, just one guy. He might come back this way. It looked like he was leaving the airfield, though. But he might just be scouting it out. That's the one good thing about these large bushes, though. Unless you're looking straight out the bush, it's hard to see people. Especially at a distance. See if the shots that's behind me, if it's gonna cause this guy to come back this way. Let's see if he gets interested. Or I wonder if he can even hear him, though. I feel like he should be able to. They might be really faint for him. I mean, this island's not that big. Sounds like it's definitely two people that it's shooting. They could be shooting at each other. Because the firing cadence, that sounds like two different guns within a short amount of time. So that's definitely two people. It's too many shots for it to be wolves. I'm not giving you that information. Well, it doesn't look like that guy got interested by those shots, or at least maybe he didn't hear them. But it sounds like whatever was happening to the left stopped. It's too many shots for it to be wolves, unless they're really terrible shots. It might be that they were shooting at each other or another player further away. What about telling me IP? Just curious. People try and stream snipe, or they're gonna DDoS the server. What's going on, Grinning? Name's Harold. I'm 92 years old. Most of the time, it's just people wanting to stream snipe. Those shots are even further away. Well, those are over there. Oh, maybe it's a boat. That would make sense that they're the person in the boat's driving by, and those guys were taking shots at the person on the boat. And the shooting's now that direction, so maybe it's a boat. No, the shotgun sounds now, I think they sound more... They almost sound like flak at distance. The gun sound, like, unless they change the shotgun sounds again. I swear, I just need to sit down, like, with someone on the server I run, and we just take turns shooting different guns and see what the sounds are like at distance. Because it used to be really easy to tell the different guns. And they had to go and change it. You think they changed the AK sounds? Yeah. I don't even think they needed to change the AK sounds, to be honest. Like, the AK sounded like most AKs in most games. Also, the good thing about laying down and not moving around is you burn almost no calories and barely lose hydration. Yeah. In my opinion, I think if DayZ had Ragdoll would be cool. I think it has something to do with the way bodies are with. So basically, when you die in DayZ or you kill a character, the character essentially, the game processes it as now a loot container, and like, it would be great. It would be cool for Ragdoll because then it would look a lot better. But the way, like, DayZ's code, I think, is not a doesn't really support it that well. I remember that was one thing in the DayZ mod that I remember. You used to be able to, if you knocked somebody unconscious, you used to be able to drag their bodies. Like, you could drag them off the side of a building. Like, if you knocked out like a sniper, you could just throw their body off the side of a building. This is Avalon, Mr. Reaper. It's a custom map. Appreciate the follow. How's your day going, Mr. Grinnin? I don't know why I added a Mr. to the front of your name. I don't know why. Do some maps have weather change, or most are just sunny and dark? So it depends on the server config. I mean, you could, by default, most cycle through different types of weather. This one's a more temperate map. I don't think it rains on this map, or at least the default doesn't rain. It gets warmer on this map, but I mean, it doesn't get like super hot like Takistan or probably what Badlands is going to be. What's going on, Creed? Appreciate the GG, Mr. Reaper. But that's one thing I know they changed on the official servers is they made it so that it's light. It's not dark nights on official servers anymore. It's supposed to be the brighter version of nighttime. What's going on, Thick? Howdy, howdy. When is the update? The update was today or yesterday. Yesterday night. I forget which. I think it was earlier today. I don't remember. This is the first time I've been on that since they patched, though. Just playing some CSGO? Nice. I am terrible at CSGO. I used to love Counter-Strike, and then I got old, and then my reflexes aren't as good as they used to. I'm not as good as I once was, but I was good once. Have you found a bag bigger than 56? I don't really care too much about bag size. I think the one I have is like... Mine's only 48, but I'm not playing on any official servers. So if you're asking, like, on official servers, if you found a bigger bag, then unfortunately I can't answer that for you. I don't know what the biggest bag is by default. Doing mid mythics plus dungeon. Nice. I used to play about 7 years ago before they changed everything. Yeah. I remember the good old days of 1.4 and 1.5. Then Steam came out around 1.6. Brought out a new bag? Did they add a new? I don't know if they added a new bag. I didn't see that in the patch notes. I know they added raccoon hats. See, I pay attention to dumb, goofy shit like that. Like, the raccoon hat is something I pay attention more to than, like, bag size or changes to, like, any of the weapons. Hey, appreciate the follow, Thick. You did find it today? You found the bigger bag, Effeldina? Well, people are asking, what's the size of the bag? How big is it? Inquiring minds looking to know. It's too big. Too big. No, I've seen some servers that, or modded servers that run like 300 slot bags. Now that's too much. That's like the size of the Ural. 64 slots, maybe? That or the size of a person? Yeah. I don't remember exactly. I just side-eyed it. Yeah, I mean, I normally just play, and I try and choose the more low-profile bags. I don't like the Like the Talon backpacks I avoid because they're too bright. The big pill looking backpacks I don't even pick up. I try and stick to the improvised bag or like these smaller military size bags. The one I like the best is, I think, it's called the Hunter's Backpack, but on the DayZ mod, I think it was called the Alice Bag, is what it used to be called. Oh yeah, I played the shit out of the DayZ mod. There's so much things that I miss from the mod that standalone still doesn't have. We are vintage, yeah. Doug has brown and black variations plus bows and arrows, yeah. The bicycles, bow and arrows, the fishing boat, the tractor, being able to take thing out of people's backpack if you snuck up behind them and they weren't paying attention. I mean, they brought a lot of stuff over since the mods, since the DayZ mod, but like it felt like it was a giant step back when standalone came back, and I feel like that might happen with like DayZ 2, which I'm hoping is not the case. Because we haven't even gotten helicopter. I mean, there's modded helicopters, obviously. And now there's modded biplanes in DayZ. But, yeah, helicopters in DayZ was pretty fun. My loot goblinitis couldn't handle that. I would be taking shit from everyone. Yeah, I'm from California. They are lacking harness handle. I mean, they've filled a lot of gaps in standalone. Like, there's a lot missing, but there's also they've caught up a lot. And I think it's more so, and I never blame the devs on the lack of it. I think it's more so like the studio and the direction that they're telling the devs to go is kind of like why we don't have some of the things that were in the mod that still aren't in DayZ. Like I was talking about it earlier, like the mod literally there was like 30 different cars. And in standalone there's what, 5? You got the Sarka, the Olga, the Gunther, the Ada, the truck. Oh, and I guess now you got the Humvee, so it's 6. And then the boat is 7. So there's 7 vehicles in total versus like the 30 plus that was in the mod. Should have been manual. The Humvee should have been manual. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine if there's variants of it. Like some things are manual and some things are automatic. But yeah, I think the Humvee should be manual. The Humvee should be manual. Like if anything, I feel like maybe the Olga should be like automatic, or maybe the Sarka. Probably the Sarka should be like automatic. Being able to hide in the trunks of cars was pretty funny. People that were shooting sounded like they were getting closer. You might see them shortly. Is this Avalon? Yeah, this is Avalon. This is a character that's been alive for way too long. Hence why I like character has a beard. I'm at the basically like the final area. I think it was Monday I was playing. Was it Monday or... Yeah, it was Monday I was playing. And I was basically following this group of well, it started as a group of 3. Then somehow they gained a 4th person out here, then a 5th person. And I was actually chilling at, I think it was either that rock or that rock, and they were all on that hill. And I picked one of them off, and then I just started basically just running in different directions, outflanking them. I wasn't able to kill any of the other ones, but another group of 3 arrived. Like, a Humvee arrived, and they, like, I guess they wrecked their car, like, right there next to the plane. And then they ran in, and so those 2 groups fought, and at the end I could only find 2 people that were left at the airfield, and I was taking shots at them. But I think they were trying to bait me to go into that ATC tower over there, because they weren't, like, taking shots at me. They were just, like, kind of, like, dancing around in the building, and they weren't trying to leave, and they had every opportunity to leave. But it felt like they were just trying to bait me to go into that building to get probably claymored. Let's see. What kind of servers do you normally play on Thick? You usually do like adventure servers, base building servers, PvE, RP. What's your poison? PvP/base, but I also like RP, etc. I don't do PvE though, ain't about that life. I mean, some of the PvE stuff is pretty tough. I mean, I haven't played on any exclusively like PvE servers. But a lot of people that I've heard play on them say like the AI is really tough, which I mean makes sense, because in most games you either got to program the AI to just basically just laser you, or have them just be complete dog water when it comes to taking shots. Drew, thanks for the follow. I like to RP on PvP servers, ones that don't have bases. I like the danger of RPing on a server where people may not also be RPing, because it throws some people off when you RP. They either lean into it or they just think you're weird. And I don't really care if people think I'm weird. Wait, aren't you supposed to throw a timer ball when it's about to be caught? Or is that the quick ball? Timer ball, I think you're supposed to wait until like the timer's about to run out. Yeah, because it becomes more effective as time goes on. So the closer you get to the 90-second mark where the Pokemon runs away, the better it is you'll catch it. So you throwing it at the very beginning makes it like the least effective. Waiting on that airfield for someone to come by? Yep. Being a patient panda. I don't have the pings in the airfield that shows on Discord. Huh? The pings in the airfield that shows on Discord? What the hell is that? This better be worth it. I mean, it's always a gamble, right? Like if it's worth it or not. I mean, sure, sometimes you're gonna fail, but the parts where you succeed are always well worth it. I haven't been able to find good RP servers. I'm from Moss, and we have barely any servers compared to US. Yeah, DayZ Underground's pretty good about population. That and people aren't really sweat lords on that server either. On our server, it shows on Discord where you are at. If it has a ping every so often, well, that just sounds stupid. What? It's like, hey, everybody, there's people here. That just sounds lame. I try and I play on most servers that are lightly modded, and it's mostly just quality of life mods, and not like, oh, you have infinite stamina, or you have this bag that has 900 slots, or here's a or here's a trader where you can trade in your shekels for an M4. Or I don't even like having an in-game map button. I want to be immersed. I want to be immersed in the game. Oh, I thought that was a person. But that means there's probably somebody over there. Oh, on Xbox we don't have much on mods. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, mods... I hope mods become more available to consoles. But, what's going to come first, DayZ 2 or that? Upper crash. Is there any sort of estimated release date yet for it? No, they just registered the trademark, which most companies do when they're, I would say when they're like 10 to 25% into development most of the time, unless you're a huge studio. And then at that point, usually they just register it way ahead of time. It's DayZ Under gonna get nearly 300 ping. I mean, they're coming out with Badlands at the next major patch, 1.3. What they said in the patch notes today. There's supposed to be one more minor patch for 1.29. So we'll probably get 1.291. Or some variation of that number. Or it might be like 1.29A or whatever the hell they want to label it as before 1.3. Might be worth swinging for a PC when that comes out. I mean, to be honest, like, unless they... For, like, when Frostline came out, I was excited because I was like, okay, this is their chance to really, like, put their best foot forward. Put in a lot of the systems that DayZ has been lacking, and they kind of, like, dropped the ball with it. And then they announced, or they teased, like, motorcycles in DayZ, and I'm like... Motorcycles. That's going to be the big thing for Badlands. Like, I don't know, it kind of feels like a letdown. I mean, for console players, it's probably great, right? You guys get a lot more. For PC players, it's kind of like, that's it, right? Like, it's like, that's it. I think a lot of PC players were hoping for helicopters. And I'm sure console players, too, were hoping for helicopters. But, yeah, it's just... Maybe, you know, DayZ is planning on doing what they did with Overwatch, and they just migrate everything from DayZ 1 and call it DayZ 2 when they update the engine. Which is probably going to split the community if they did that. Because then you'd have like a bunch of people wanting to play the older version of DayZ. But, I mean, that didn't really happen when 0.63 came out for DayZ, when they updated the engine and overhauled it. Alright, appreciate that, Nook. Have a good night. Just something that's easier to get shot on. Well, I mean, I feel like motorcycle, you're more likely to kill your own character than get shot at by other people. I mean, vehicles in general on DayZ are like, they're death traps with how long it takes for your character to get in and out of a car. It's not... It's like the worst animation. Like, there needs to be like an urgency feature when you're taking actions in DayZ. Like, if you want... Like, let's say you're reloading your gun, right? But you're trying to do it urgently. Like, make it so your character has chances to, like, drop bullets on the ground. Or maybe they don't get all the bullets in the clip, or maybe they just stop mid-animation because they're fumbling with it. Because if you're driving a car and you start getting shot at, you have to stop the car, open the car door, hold F to get out, wait for the animation, wait for your character to put both feet on the ground, and then you can start taking actions. And I know you can jump out of a moving car, but most of the time your character just dies doing that. And I feel like earlier to your point about ragdoll physics, I feel like you kind of need to have that if you're going to have motorcycles. Feels like it almost has to be a necessity. Man, all these shots around here, and people aren't going to the bunker. Is the bunker bugged? There's nothing in the server mentioning anything about the bunker gas. Have you felt the difference of performance of this latest update? I wasn't really... The thing for me is I haven't really seen any issues before. But I mean, the performances, I think is mostly on the server side, which I mean does impact the client side a little bit, but I mean, I haven't really moved from this spot, to be honest, since I logged in. So I don't know if I'm a good person to ask that question. That and my computer's a beefy boy, so yeah, I'm probably not the best test subject to ask. You have considerably good hardware but still suffer. I mean, I've seen, like, I've heard people that have, like, they have great machines and then they go on like maps like Hashima, or even here on Avalon, they've said that they've had issues. And I mean, I haven't seen or experienced any of those on my machine, so I don't know. I mean, I feel like, you know, people say they have good hardware is subjective, because what was good hardware 3 years ago could still be good hardware today, but it also depends on the game. Xbox is so bad, the most mixed performance ever. Yeah, I mean, consoles though, I feel like if DayZ, if they originally designed DayZ to be a console game with PC, I feel like the game on console would be a lot more optimized on console. But they didn't really think about console, I think, until they were redoing the engine around like 0.62. And then they were starting to be like, okay, wait, let's bolt on the ability for people to play this on console. Which I thought was never going to be possible. But I mean, they're able to do it, but anytime I've seen people play it, it does not look like a pleasant experience, especially the UI. Like how you guys organize your inventory is mind-boggling to me. Yeah, sure. The one thing that is mostly requires is mostly a very good CPU with fast single thread. What kind of processor do you have? I'm running an i9 14900K on mine. Ryzen 7. I'm not sure how that compares performance-wise to the i9. Long time ago, I used to be able to know like the rankings of the AMD processors. Now I just focus on Intel stuff because I don't really buy AMD stuff. You have binoculars? No, unfortunately, I don't have binos. I usually always pick them up if I find them, though. I like using binoculars, especially on servers that they shrink the size of the binoculars down. Because I think the default is 2x2, but some servers shrink it down to 1x1, which I think is nice. Let's see. Ryzen 7. Versus i9. And you see that? Yeah, I think I'm set to max distance. Oh no, that's max distance now. But I mean, you can't really tell like the difference between. Oh wait, no, that wasn't what it. Wait. Oh yeah, this is what. Yeah. Yeah, you can't really tell the difference between, or you can barely tell the difference between high and very high. Right now I'm getting 145 frames a second. But then again, I'm in a pretty open area, so. I'm waving on me on the roof, yeah. Someone's about to get smoked by Harold, I feel. I mean, I kind of feel like somebody's probably going to spot me before I spot them, to be honest. I don't know, I just get that feeling somebody's going to... I'm just going to hear a snap, and then my character just gets knocked out and then killed. Yeah, I spot you in that building, yeah. How's your week going, Smurf? I don't know if you're joking or not, Lick. I'm assuming you're joking, but I also prefer not to get any meta info. But I'm assuming you're joking about being in the server. Because if you are in the server, Server admins are very ban happy when it comes to people in streams and people watching people in the stream while they're on the server. Oh, good, man. Work is going well and only a 4-day week for me. No complaints. How about yours? That's good. I have a 2-day week this week. I actually go back to work tomorrow. My niece, my sister, her husband, and my niece came to visit. They left this morning. Hence why my streams have kind of been MIA. In the last week, I've been spending time with them. Did the Easter thing. We also went to go watch the Super Mario movie. And ate a lot of good food. Lots of good food. But it's back to work tomorrow. But the one thing I always recommend, if you're taking time off of work, don't go back to work on a full week. Go like come back to like a partial week. 3 or 2-day week is always a good week to come back to. What do you think of the movie? I've heard mixed reviews. I was just going to ask why you didn't take the full week off. That's a really good point, though. Yeah. No, so I've been off since like last Wednesday. And so I've basically been off for a week, right? But yeah, because I feel anytime you take a vacation and you go off and you know, your vacation ends a couple days before like the Monday you go back to work. When you go back to work on Monday, you just feel like you want to take another vacation. But when you come back to a shorter week, you don't get that feeling. You have time to like get into a rhythm. You don't feel as overwhelmed as you would coming back on like a Monday. That's the way I look at it. But as far as the Super Mario movie, I mean, I enjoyed it overall. The personalities of some of the characters I don't think fit the characters, which I think, obviously they want to make it geared towards kids. But I don't know, I didn't like Bowser's personality. I didn't like Star Fox's personality. I felt it was too far removed from what those characters' personalities would normally be. That, and I think most of the voice actors for the Super Mario movies have been... I don't feel like they fit the characters at all. Except for Childish Gambino, who did Yoshi, and I think he did a good enough job for Yoshi. Like his voice acting, and all he had to say the entire movie was Yoshi. But he did a better job than all the other voice actors. I did enjoy the first one too, but I mean, the second one just seemed a lot. Feels like we're moving a lot further away from. We're straying too far from the source material. I'd say that. But at the end of the day, it's a kids movie. It's supposed to be geared towards kids. I could see why they made the decisions that they made. It's just my personal take is that I would have just not done a lot of that if it was my choice, but Yeah, same complaint I've heard. I gotta check it out myself. So you watched the new Peaky Blinders? I didn't know they made a movie. I thought it was just a TV show, and I thought the TV show was already over. Like I started watching the first season, but then I never finished the first season. Came out a couple weeks ago. Like direct to theater, or is it on like streaming platforms? Both. Okay. Straight to streaming platforms. I like watching movies in theaters. I just feel like there's some movies that are great for theaters, and there's some that I would rather just sit at home and watch on my couch. Like the Mario movie, I probably would have preferred to sit at home and watch it on my couch. But like movies like Marvel's Endgame, like the Avengers Endgame, those movies I like seeing in theaters. It's a better experience. I feel like some horror movies are better in movie theaters. Some horror movies. IMAX is way awesome, yeah. Really hope Marvel makes a comeback, really losing the plot lately. Well, I mean, the whole thing with, I forgot the name of that actor, and all the distracting stuff that went on kind of derailed them a bit. That, and I feel like Disney really were pushing Marvel to like carry Disney Plus. And when Disney Plus wasn't panning out as much as Disney was hoping, they started cutting funding on a lot of the Marvel stuff. And that's where we got like all this shuffling around, and some of the things that Marvel's done is good, and some of the things they've done isn't as good. I like what DC's doing now. DC's making a comeback. I enjoyed watching the last season of Peacemaker. Marvel becomes joke. DC is like the older brother, all dark. Well, I think they tried to go too far in the direction of going dark with like DC. Like if they did what they do with like the DCAU, the DC animated universe, and they just transition that to the cinematic universe, I think they would do a great job, because the DCAU has been really good over the last like it's getting close to 3 decades. Because every DCAU movie I've seen, like I thoroughly enjoy watching. Making some grub, all right, Smurf. But Hollywood likes to meddle with source material on stuff, and they try and generalize a lot of these products to the bigger audiences. And I think when they do that, they go too far in the direction that it loses the plot. It goes way too far away from the source material, and it just pisses everybody off. And I don't know how Hollywood hasn't noticed that it's been doing that for the last 2 decades. They cut too much from the movie, or they go too far away from the source. Like, look at Dragon Ball Z, the live action Dragon Ball Z movie. What the fuck was that? Like, like it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what in whose mind was this a great idea? And you could only come up with, like, there's some studio head that was like, no, this won't work. And I think part of it is they always have like these they bring in these people to like look at the movies ahead of time, and they like gauge their reaction to it, because they want to try and gauge the reaction of like normal regular people and not people who are fans of the material. And I think that works for like stuff that's like original IP that has nothing to do with like video game movies or comic book movies or book movies. I think that's the biggest problem, is they put too much weight on those things. But it's the old monkey on a ladder. The monkeys on the ladder analogy, where they've been doing it for so long. I think they're stuck in their ways. You know, where there's a, you know, the scientists have a room full of monkeys, and there's in the center of the room there's a ladder. And at the top of the ladder, there's food for the monkeys. And as soon as a monkey starts to go up the ladder, the scientists spray all the monkeys in the room with water. And so the next time, every time a monkey goes up the ladder, they get sprayed. So the next time a monkey goes up to climb the ladder, all the other monkeys beat the hell out of that monkey that's climbing the ladder because they don't want to get sprayed. So what ends up happening is the scientists slowly rotate out monkeys one at a time. So like the new monkey comes into the room that hasn't been sprayed, but the other monkeys have been sprayed. So he looks at the ladder. He's like, oh, there's food up there. So he tries to climb the ladder. He gets his ass beat by the other monkeys. And so he knows, okay, not to go up the ladder. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know he's going to get sprayed. He just doesn't want to get his ass beat. So then they slowly swap out monkeys until all the monkeys in the room have never been sprayed with water. But anytime a monkey climbs up the ladder, they beat the crap out of him. And it's like an analogy for how you may be working somewhere, right? And someone explains a way to do something at work. But you're like, why would you do that when you could do this? Like, you give a different perspective as to why you can do, like, how you could do something. But then that person shrugs and say, this is the way we've always done it. And so this is the way you're going to do it. Right? And so it perpetuates an idea that may not be the best idea to go with, just because it's what we've always done. It's what we always do. It's what we've always done. Same thing with so many franchises. Yeah, dude, Assassin's Creed. Like, I know Assassin's Creed has a big fan base, but my God, there's only so many open world like how many times do you need to assassinate somebody in different timelines before you get bored of it? Especially in such a short amount of time that they push out Assassin's Creed games. Money, Hollywood, people afraid of taking chances, so they end up losing a ton of money. Same thing. A lot of the Star Wars stuff now. Yeah, it's saturation. That's another thing, is saturation of an IP. You saturate the market with it, people get sick of it. They don't want to do it anymore. Look at, like, Funko Pops. That's the biggest example of a market saturation. Like, there used to only be so many different Funko Pops, and now, like, you can't even swing your arms around in, like, a grocery store without seeing, or a department store without seeing a fucking Funko Pop. Yeah, this is crazy. No one showed up to the air. I mean, we did see that one guy running that way, but there's been so many gunshots. And, like, nobody's... we haven't even seen anyone over there. Server restarts in 5 minutes. Told you they're not going to come. People usually show up. If the people not shooting over there don't show up, other people will show up. It's just a waiting game. Just gotta wait. He's sitting like you and waiting. Well, when the next person runs out here and gets shot at by one of them waiting in a bush, I'll be able to take a shot at them. The servers for OG players? I don't know about that. I don't know how you would have a server for OGs. I need to open my window, though. It's getting kind of stuffy in here. How hot is it outside? Not that hot. Are you on Diego? Diego? Like San Diego? No. San Diego. Oh, I try not to talk about the server I'm on thick, but yeah. Just snowed a foot last night. We're like, we need snow up here in California. They measured the snowpack, and they showed videos compared to the last 2 years. And, like, the last 2 years, like, the snow was, like, pretty high up. It was, like, a few feet of snow. And then they showed, like, the snowpack of this year, and there was, like, no snow on the ground. Like, I think there was, like, bits and patches of snow, but there was, like, they basically just showed the pole right on top of the ground. I'm telling you, like, even if you're, like, you can't be joking about that shit. People will get banned for that. All right, I'll be right back while the server restarts. Yeah, if you're gonna jump on the server, just make sure you hop out of my stream, because they do ban people for being in stream and being on or being in somebody's chat and then being on the same server. I don't want you guys to get banned for that. No, I don't really worry about stream sniping so much. Like, it's I don't, to be honest. Like, if people were stream sniping me, I'm not really that. It's like, if I die, I die. It's DayZ. It's normal. But the admins are very active about that. They're very. It was funny because I was chasing a group. It was last week or the week before that, and they basically, like, I didn't see them after a while, so I assumed, like, and I was chasing them for a good hour, but they disappeared, and so I just kept going. I just kept going, and then later on, somebody had told me that apparently one of the people in the group had was basically stream stalking, and so they ended up getting banned from the server. And when I went back and I actually looked at the VOD, it looked like that person had actually they had found my stream on TikTok, is what I think what got them in trouble, and then they ended up getting, like, basically just banned on the server. At least that's what it seemed like, because one of the server mods was in their chat. And again, that's why I always tell people, is like, don't be in my stream, or don't be in my chat and then be on the same server, because I don't want you getting banned. I don't want you guys getting in trouble. It doesn't matter how far you away, like, it doesn't matter how far away you are, they'll ban you regardless. Because it's the server admins that will ban you. Never got banned. Like I said, I'm just trying to look out for you. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm cautioning, because I don't want you guys getting in trouble because of me. All right, we're back in. Should have dropped my pumpkin seeds before I forced the server restart. Damn, bro, we have the wipe today? What wipe? What wipe are you talking about? I mean, community servers don't automatically get wiped. Official servers, yeah. This isn't an official server. But yeah, you don't. Wiping servers is always at the discretion of the server admins. Not at the. It's not. No servers are forced to wipe other than the official servers. Because this character is from before. This isn't a character from today. It's not DayZ. This is DayZ. What are you talking about? Anything down there? I know stuff spawns at that plane crash. Nobody will come to plane crash. I've gone to the plane crash. I've seen other people go to the plane crash. You don't know what people will do. Sometimes people will do exactly what you think they'll do, and sometimes people will do the exact opposite. You'll never know. Like first place not to go. I mean, I've ran across that airfield. It's not the smartest thing to do. You wouldn't expect anyone to do it, but people still do it. Try to walk to plane, nobody will shoot. Try not to move at all because I don't want to lose what little hydration and food I have left. That and the server just restarted and people are still loading in, and I don't want to be out in the middle of there when somebody loads in, just happens to be near this airfield. Is this server practically vanilla? Yeah. Just the way I like it. I guess the one good thing about these maps too is there's no mushrooms that pop up when someone's been around for too long. Do I play DayZ with anyone or just solo? Most of the time I try and like talk to random people at the spawn and try and be friends with people, and then it either goes really well and we go on a grand adventure, or we get people who are just out to murder everyone that they run into. And occasionally I'll do team ups with people, like pre-planned team ups. I'm not opposed to those. But I try and keep everything in game. So like if I do team up with somebody, like I'll be on Discord with them until we meet up in game, but then I just want to do all comms inside the game. Keep it organic. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just my schedule usually Thursdays and Fridays I'm not usually available. This week withstanding, normally I'm not available Thursday, Friday nights my time. So because I'm in the Pacific time zone, but I have a different schedule this week, so I will be playing Thursday and Friday. You seen video on a plane? What are you talking about? With shrooms? No. I have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, you join my Discord, just add me on Discord. Either way, we can team up or schedule something. Yeah, Smurf. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. And then we yeah, I'm on the west coast of US, so if the server's like on the western edge of like EU, I get around the same ping that you get for US. But I don't mind like finding a server that's in between that, or one that neither of us are having like rubber banding. Yeah, I got you. Dude took shrooms before flying and was fucked up. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. I mean, I feel like that's just a bad idea to take shrooms before you get on a plane. Any type of traveling. That just seems like a bad idea. Hell, I just get anxiety when I get on a plane to fly. I can imagine being high on anything and being on a plane. Every time I get on a plane, I just try to accept my fate. Yeah, I mean that's what I like. I know the statistics is the chances of anything bad happening, but like my anxiety of it just skyrockets when I get on a plane. Oh man, let's have some action. Just don't shoot, talk to them. I try and talk to people in game, but not usually when I'm at the airfield or any area deeper into the map. Those chances are, yeah, exactly. Those chances are never zero.
You're last.
Oh, I finally fixed the duck hunt channel point redemption. It'll now track
Second, you can be third,
your
fourth.
hits and misses
Hell,
correctly, and I even
even
added a
fifth.
leaderboard to it on my Twitch channel point redemption. Womp womp. Oh, I forgot to open my window when the server restarted. My hand is like extremely itchy right now. I either got a bug bite or I ate something I was allergic to yesterday. I'm pretty sure it's a bug bite. Just want to scratch my freaking arm off right now. Do, 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 do. Off topic, the air fryer is the single best kitchen invention ever. Yep, I love the air fryer. We got one that has like a rotisserie that's capable of doing like rotisserie with the rotating arm in the center for like if you wanted to do like rotisserie chicken. We didn't do turkey this last year for Thanksgiving, but we did like someone really wanted turkey, but we met them, I wouldn't say halfway, but we compensated it by we got like 2 Cornish game hens, and then we used the air fryer and the rotisserie function to give them the poultry that they wanted for Thanksgiving. Oh, we got ads. Old Twitch ads. nobody shows up soon, I'm gonna have to just chase the next shots because I'm running out of food. Because I've been living off this unknown food can, teetering between yellow and white food and hydration for a minute. Oh, I got an egg. Hot dang. Update is buns? Why do you say the update is buns? What makes you say that, Mr. Sosa? What's going on, Nitno? Just hanging out the airfield here. Melee is weird now, and zombies are a lot easier. Yeah, they said they changed the health, or I think the way melee objects affect infected. I don't know about the melee changes though, because I heard someone else saying that they were taking damage even though they were blocking. So I don't know if that's intended. What brand is yours? I just got the Ninja Crispy No Rotisserie. I think ours is a Ninja as well. Let me see if I can find the model. I think ours is a Ninja. Maybe not. Maybe it's the instant. Oh, it is the instant pot. It's this one. Sorry, it's not a Ninja. It's this one. I got this one. Got this basket. You could put like nuggets in that basket. Have the nuggets rotate in a rotisserie style if you wanted. I thought it was Ninja, but apparently it's Instant Pot. But I think the only thing Ninja then I think I have is the blender. I think. But yeah, we've gone through a few air fryers. That's how much we use it. I mean, we have like a full oven in our house, but we don't really use it because our dog starts shaking uncontrollably and like she's deathly afraid of the oven. So basically, we just don't use the oven. I'm also getting crazy whole screen flickering now. Yeah, I saw the flickering on your screen, like the clouds were flickering. I didn't know if that was just normal or that was like a side effect of the patching. So that's other games and they were fine, just DayZ rolled back drivers too. Maybe just try reinstalling DayZ or clearing like your cache. Your DayZ like cache. Or verify the integrity of your DayZ files. Maybe that might help. Verified game files, uninstall mods, uninstall games, same thing. Did you clear your temp file, like the files in your app data folder? Doesn't show up on game for me, but it shows up on my preview for anyone else. Oh, so the flickering doesn't show up on the stream. It doesn't show up on your when you're playing. It just shows up on the stream. What kind of? I assume you're using OBS or are you using TikTok Live Studio. What are you using? Surprisingly, no one has shown up to the airfield tonight. We've seen, like, we saw one person in the distance running away. We've heard shots around us, like behind us and stuff at like the small militaries, but no one's like come to peep the airfield like the other day when it was pretty busy. Live Studios, which I'm starting to think it's the cause they just updated. Yeah, I hate TikTok Live Studio. That app pissed me off to no end. There was one update because they don't allow you to choose to update or not. They just fucking force it down your throat. And then when they do force it down your throat, it has a chance to like ruin all your overlays. And one time it had just completely deleted everything. And I was just like, so I got to rebuild everything. So now what I do is I use Restream, like the service Restream, just for TikTok. Because you can log in. You don't have to worry about a stream key. Don't have to worry about updating anything. You just use, and I use OBS with the ATEM vertical plugin. And I also use the ATEM multi-stream plugin. So I'll stream, because I stream to Twitch, I stream to YouTube. But then I have TikTok and also Twitter. I have sent through Restream, which gives me a vertical canvas for that. And I don't have to worry about it, and it makes my life a lot easier. I can control everything on it, like it's just the same as my other stream stuff. And I haven't had an issue with it for the last 6 to 8 months. They won't approve you for Restream or Stream Elements Live. Striking your account from old ways. Oof, that's rough. I didn't realize they had to approve you through Restream, because Restream usually you just have to log in. How long ago did you try with Restream? Ion left? I don't think there's anyone to the left. Yeah, I don't see anybody. Oh, you saw somebody? You might. I mean, the bushes on here are really really easy to hide in. When you said left, you meant the left of the airfield? The guy's just messing with you for sure. Yeah, probably. Oh, maybe you're thinking about the little pollen cloud thing that, like, you can, like, that little pollen thing. That gets me too. I see it on the corner of my eye. I think it's somebody running, and then I realize it's not. I'll go back to my viewing corner now. No, you're good. I feel like most of the time when people are joking, they'll be like, "Oh, there's someone right there," and they're aiming right at you. Or they'll be like, "Oh, they're behind you." That's when usually people are joking. They'll be like, "Made you look." Yeah, my hydration's almost donezo. I'm gonna have to go back to wandering around here. It's funny, when I first saw it, there's like that little grate there, and like that divot in the middle of the airfield. I was like, oh, there's gonna be water in the middle of there, and I could fill up my water bottle. But I ran in the middle of the airfield, looked in there, and there was no water, and I was sad. I was big sad. He removed the well at the tents. Oh, are you talking about at that airfield? I know he removed the stashes because the stash mod was broken. I get your heart rate monitor up. So I use the Pulsoid app. I think it's either yeah. So I use the Pulsoid app, which is an app that sits on your phone, and basically I have this heart rate monitor on my arm that essentially is Bluetooth connected to the phone app on my phone. Actually, should I? Yeah. And then there's an overlay on the Pulsoid website that you could set up. Like, there's a bunch of different ways you can display your heart rate, and then it's just basically just an HTML page or a browser source that you just add to OBS. And it's pretty easy. Oh, well, I probably wouldn't. I try and avoid water fountains deeper into all the maps. I usually just try and find like a water source and cleanse it. How'd the rest of your run go, Rack? I had to bounce out of your stream once I was in joining the server. God, I don't even have this pistol in my hotbar. Just infected. But yeah, there's different heart rate monitors you can get. I first started off with like the Pulsoid website. They'll have like a bunch of different heart rate monitors that they recommend getting. I tried using the one, or I used the one that wraps around your waist to get your heart rate. But I found that one just to be a pain in the ass to like remember to put on before every stream. And I don't know, it just didn't feel comfortable. And so I think after a year of using that, I switched to this one on my arm, and I found it's a lot better. I shouldn't say waistband. I should say like chest band. Like you had to it basically had to be right at the center, like right underneath where your breasts are, or your chest. So, as you can imagine, if you hunch over like me, like I'm like a freaking hunchback, it digs into your skin and it's annoying. But supposedly that's supposed to be the most accurate. But I mean, I found the one on my arm to be accurate all the same. So digs right into the breast. Hey. Was good. You saw almost everything. Oh, wait, did? Because I left your stream. I think a little before, I don't know, the server. I think the server went down because I was trying to connect after I left your stream, and it showed that the server was down, and then I had to update mods. Did you guys make it to the bunker? Oh. Down the hatch the rest of this goes. He died like 10 minutes after restart. We ran out of food and water, and so we cooked wolves and got domed. Oof. Oh, that's no bueno. Well, I've been here for almost 2.5 hours. We only saw like one guy off in the distance running that way. I think a lot of people don't like the update, just saw numbers dropping. For DayZ update or Avalon? I mean, there wasn't a lot of content that they were adding with this patch. It was supposedly mostly performance related on the server side. Like, it's not like it's been a surprise as to what 1.29 was going to be. You were both sitting ducks, both red, easy pickings. Unfortunate. Panzer, thanks for the follow. Yeah, just in general, 1.29 seems like the melee damage transfer is the big one. So what did they... I know they changed blunt melee. Or was it melee, like, weapons in general? But did they modify punching at all? Because I think when I saw Wobo do a video on it, he was just doing weapons, and he didn't really include, like, actual punching. Interesting. I wonder what the update... Let's see. DayZ patch notes. Let's see. Increase crafted and blunt melee weapon damage. Increase melee weapon damage transfer to... It's the only thing that they mentioned was increase crafted and blunt melee weapon damage, which I agree. Like the crafted, they gotta encourage people to make crafted weapons, and I think buffing the damage on those is fine, because like I've died to people who've had like combat knives in like 2 heavy swings. Like if you swing at somebody's head, like you can kill someone really quick with a knife. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of content, so I don't seem like zombies were a lot easier. Maybe we're just wrong and resentful at the devs, though. Or I don't blame devs, blame the studio. The people telling the devs what to change. There's something about the bad exchange. Increased blunt melee to the zombies and people saw it and well, I mean, maybe the reason why they're doing that is maybe, and again, I'm just speculating, maybe because they also worked on server performance, that this means that there's going to be more infected. Maybe they're going to actually get to reworking the AI, and you're going to need to be able to kill them that fast, right? Yeah, well, the studio just feels like they always break the game now. I can't even play it. What do you mean? You were playing it earlier. What do you mean you can't play it? Because before it was just like you're talking about like the melee damage, but now you're saying it's like broken to the point where you can't actually play it. Yeah, but if I stream it, my whole stream is flickering. Yeah, but you also said TikTok Studio also updated, and I mean, you can't really blame blame the DayZ devs for a bug outside of their application. I mean, to say it's unplayable is, I don't think it's that far. I mean, you may, because you should be able to play it then, because the way you described it, it sounds like you're able to play it. You just can't stream it without the flickering of the clouds on your stream, but it doesn't show up in game while you're playing. It shows up on. You said it. Wait, does it show up on the preview or just on the stream? Most of the patch felt good. Few texture bugs, but I didn't notice anything fatal. Buddy, you're dust. Get moving till you stay in one spot for so long. LOL, get better. Oh no, Ace93 said I'm fucking terrible. I can play it, but it's flickering is the actual whole screen for everyone watching, yeah. He doesn't know the Herald lore, yeah. LOL, get better. Oh no, I'm dust. Whatever will I do? I'll blow away in the wind. Let's see. Flickering, your stream is flickering, but you can play it fine. Let's see. I mean, it's so weird. I've never had that problem with any game before. I mean, it leads me to, like, the flickering kind of leads me to believe that it's like a frame or a frequency thing, right? Or it could be, I mean, it could also be, I don't want to think it's any of like these things that could be causing it, like some of the advanced like video settings. It could be that maybe TikTok Live Studio like reset a video codec setting on your end. Maybe. Are you on when you play on windowed or do you play on full screen or DayZ? Your bot called me poor. Well, I mean, the Pokemon community game bot is not my bot. TurboSad TV is my bot. I can program to say that you're rich. Would that make you feel better? G-Sync I use on, V-Sync off. I don't max my settings. I should always windowed full screen. Yeah, the cloud flickering thing, that would annoy the crap out of me. Like I generally empathize with that, because that would, I like to provide like at least a good viewing experience for people that watch me, and having people sit there and suffer through flickering that would annoy the fuck out of me until I figured it out. The sacrifice part of this spot, someone can be watching you as we speak. Yeah, somebody can definitely be watching me. And somebody could be watching them watching me. Somebody could be watching that person watching me. It could be a whole chain of events. Imagine there's like 10 people in these bushes just all looking at each other. Or they could be watching you in self-report, yeah. Dude, when I went back and I watched that VOD and the guy was like, I think I found the guy looking at us on TikTok. Because I was like, what the fuck? That guy, because I mean, he didn't even say my name. But then when I looked at the chat on the VOD, I saw who was in the chat, and I was like, that person's about to get banned. What are the chances, man? I mean, I would say that there's maybe 20 regular DayZ streamers on TikTok. I'd say there's about 20 regulars. And out of that 20, because like when I was going through my TikTok feed, when I looked at today as an example, when I was eating breakfast, I think I saw 3 TikTok streams, and most of them were on Avalon. But also, the streamer, the person who was streaming, wasn't the person that got caught for it. It was somebody they were with that got caught. But the person that was streaming was like, why is that person even on TikTok? And they were generally freaked out about it and like sussed about it like immediately when that person said something. Yeah, there's not a lot of people that stream DayZ on TikTok. Like there's Sosa, Wardo, Facility, Nitno, Amore, Livonia Drifter, who else? I know I'm missing some obvious people, and I'm like brain farting. I know there's a bunch more people that do it. But yeah, there's not a lot of people. So I mean, for the most part, the DayZ community on TikTok is pretty small. But I mean, you look at any other platform, it's the same thing. Like you look at Kick, how many people are streaming DayZ? It's not a lot. It's like 6 or 7 people at any one time. Twitch is where the biggest part of the community is at. YouTube also has a big community. I don't know a lot of people on that platform. I mean, BWAD used to stream all the time on YouTube, but then he went back to not being a full-time content creator. I ran into her more at the start of your run. She's on PC now, yeah. I wonder what the average daily players is for DayZ and spiked recently. Well, according to stream charts, there's 24,000 people playing with a peak of 48,000. I mean, this is going to be, since the downtime, the 48-hour peak is probably lower, a lot lower than it should be. But I mean, trending wise, like March had lost a lot of people, and I think the main reason why these are two big drops is because people were waiting on the patch. I think this was because of the DayZ being on sale, because usually when there's a sale, you see a spike in additional users on PC. I think it's for like the current week again, or the 48 hours. I would wait for like the weekend, because the April numbers are skewed until like the first. Actually, this would be the second weekend of April. But the first weekend, there was also Easter, so people were either spending time with their families or they're on spring break. Telling you this update is going to lose a lot, dude. I hear what you're saying, Sosa, but people say that every patch, and the numbers continuously still go up over time. So they said that about the inertia patch. They said that about the gunplay, the gun handling patch. They've said that about all the patches. There will always be a fluctuation after every patch. I'm guilty of it. My ass always comes back. Yeah. I think what a lot of people do is they go and they play another game that comes out that they're interested in, which I think is good. Like, I think people should take breaks from games that they play religiously, because it helps. I think it helps them enjoy the game more by being away from it for a time. Inertia was terrible. I played right there. I never had a problem with the inertia change. Like, I thought it was a good change to have. It's just that when it first came out, right, it was bad because the way doors handled the inertia patch, that's what made people upset. I think people forget that the inertia patch was initially broken because of the way doors and the way infected would interact with your character with the inertia taken to an effect. And they fixed that. Like, I think the patch right after that. I just can't stand when they try to make it easier. Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think the game should get easier. I think the game, and a lot of DayZ veterans, especially Survivor type gameplay that like I enjoy, like people say the game has gotten significantly easier. However, it's also hard to have that argument after you're thousands of hours in, right? Like, how are you supposed to keep a game difficult for someone who has thousands of hours into the game? It's pretty difficult to do that. Like, any developer would struggle with that. I think adding more complexity to the game is good. Survivor mechanics, like I've seen the RPG style survivor mechanics that like the Siberia mod brought, or like in Tens. I like those ideas, but at the same time, like, oh, you got to get to level 4 before you can make a fire. It's like, I don't want to deal with that. Not supposed to be easy game. It's in depth. Yeah, it's a balance thing though, right? Like you gotta. The game has to be difficult, but if the game is too difficult, it shies too many people away. Which you could argue, it's like, well, then they're not really fit to play the game. But then you run into like, then the population drops significantly because then you got only the people that love suffering playing the game, and that can only get you so far. Like the best thing the DayZ devs can do is enable server administrators to configure things as much as possible, to allow modders more access to some of the underlying systems, so that they can build experiences for play the like the audience that those servers have. I think that is the best path forward. Now, consoles, on the other hand, they're stuck. They're pretty much stuck with what the developers give them. At least on PC, you know, we have a lot of options. A lot of people get turned off on the learning curve. Yeah, no, I can count literally on one hand how many people I've shown this game that have not quit. And basically that's what, one person I've shown this game that hasn't quit. And you know, they're no longer with us, unfortunately, but I've probably shown about 30 people in my life. Like, I've tried to get them to play this game. 30 people. And they all dropped like flies within the first 10 to 20 hours. Deepest condolences for your loss. Yeah, I mean, he was a really good guy. Like, I met him. The cool thing is, I met him through Twitch. And like, I got to meet him at TwitchCon. We hung out, had a blast. Dude, the guy was one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. Like, whenever like the subject turned to like talking about like negative about someone, like, you know, like, oh, like this streamer did this bullshit thing, blah blah blah. Like, even that, like, he never said anything bad about anyone. He was a nice guy. I showed him DayZ, dude. He took to it so quick. Like, he figured out navigating the map, all that stuff super quick. Everyone else I've tried, it's like a struggle. Actually, no, wait. I showed my wife how to play, and she's probably picked it up the second quickest. Although she just doesn't like to play on PC that much. Definitely have to schedule something. Sorry, I never sent the message. Oh my God, everyone I've shown this game to, they literally last a day if you're lucky. Yeah. Yeah, people want instant gratification. Like, they want to hit that what's that button? Not, I want to say endorphin, but it's not endorphin. It's what's that button? Or what's that thing called? Dopamine, yeah. They want to hit that. They want to hit the dopamine button. They want the instant gratification. That's why I like my playstyle. Because I'm patient, I sit and I wait. And when I do get that moment, that rush of dopamine you get is 100, like 1,000 times better than you would get just running and gutting on COD, just shooting people left and right. I think you're my favorite playstyle because of that, yeah. Because it's either that or like I like setting up traps on DayZ and just having a laugh. Like I'm just saying, I'm just here to have fun. And if that means sitting in a bush for 3 or 4 hours or sitting under a bridge for 12 hours, you know, I'm always down for doing stuff like that, even though people think I'm wasting my time. I don't really care though. I remember when I first started streaming on TikTok, dude. It was what, Bitterroot? I think it was Bitterroot. Was when Bitterroot first came out, I was streaming on TikTok and people were getting so angry that I was sitting in a bush. It was so funny. It was just funny to me. Like people were so like they were genuinely angry. Like genuinely upset about it. And I eventually I made jokes about it. It's like, all right, somebody mentioned it in chat. We're going to sit here another 5 minutes. Add another 30 minutes to the timer of us sitting in this bush. Don't get me wrong, I love the quick PvP action too, but it's much more worthwhile. I like this playstyle. People always hate on you when you're staying AFK, yeah. No, I like there are times when I want to be a W key enjoyer and just, you know, go slay out and push on DayZ. I mean, there's plenty of times when I do that. I think doing that every so often is fun. $400 meters? 500? Bush right here like looks like a person standing there, even though it like proportionally it doesn't make sense at that distance. But it always just freaks me out because it looks like a person standing there. People get so mad wondering why you're just chilling. Yeah. There was who was it? Rakuru, I think you remember that one dude. There was he was like so mad about it. Like he kept coming back. I forgot what exactly what he was saying, but he was just so mad about it. He was like a reoccurring character in my chat for a minute because he'd always complain about it. I mean, eventually he said something racist, so I had to block him on TikTok, but it was just so fun. He would just get so mad and so upset about it. He's like, "Why are you still here? You've been here for like 3 hours. You're still here." It's like, well, you're sitting here watching me for the 3 hours. You must be entertained. That was the first couple times I found you just keep shutting people down about it. People, it's one thing I've learned growing up as the internet has aged along with me is that it doesn't matter how nice you are. It doesn't matter how mean you are. There will always be people that just want chaos, and they will just say stuff to either bait you or they'll try and insult you to get under your skin. And the best thing you can do to combat it is just not give a fuck. The internet is weird people. Is a weird place filled with weird people. And that's dude. You could literally post something on like Twitter or like any social media platform. You could literally say, "Hey, good morning, everybody," and then you'd get somebody be like, well, it's not a good morning for these people because of X, Y, and Z. And you're just like, dude, I just wanted to make sure everyone said, everyone has a good morning. That, and there's like so many bots out nowadays that are just programmed to rage bait people. Okay, I have not heard a single shot in the last hour. Did the people that were shooting over here just like kill each other? My character is gonna need to find water soon. Someone the other day was like, "Damn you, bro, you yapping?" Like, yeah, man, I'm streaming. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah. They expect you to be a mute. It's like, yeah, the mute button's down there on the screen somewhere. But that's why I always tell people, like, you just do the things that you enjoy. People always try and judge you for it, but usually the people that are judging you for it are too chicken shit to do the things that they enjoy. My God, you're 30 years old and you're still playing video games. Why aren't you outside building a yacht? Why aren't you getting all these sports cars and sticking them in your garage just to look at? Am I not gonna say anything? Man, I'm playing games till I'm dead. Yeah, that's pretty much my life. Playing until I'm dead. Especially like the best part is like was it people who like try and insult me by like, they're like, oh, you have nothing going on in your life, you're just playing video games. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever you say, dude. I was like, I just do this to have fun. It's just my way to decompress. Don't care what you think. But like, I had to, I mean, when I was younger too, like, I think it was in my 20s, and someone was telling me about like a shoe collection, and this is where I had like a paradigm shift about looking at people and their hobbies. Is like, they had spent like so much money on shoes, and I'm like, why the fuck would you pay that much for shoes and just have them in like your closet and not wear them? Like, it didn't like process in my head. And then I sat down and I thought about it. I was like, these people probably have the same idea about like me and computer parts, or me with whatever it is I'm collecting. And I was like, at that point, I was like, man, I'm an asshole for thinking that people are wasting their money on things that they enjoy, because I'm sure there's plenty of people who don't like the stuff I spend my money on. But that's when I started to realize it's like, I should not give two shits about what people do with their money. I mean, as long as it's not hurting anybody. If it's hurting somebody, that's different. Then probably something should be done about it. I was having a rough go earlier. DayZ got me mad, cheered me up. I hope we figure, like, I want to help you figure out that issue, because I like figuring out tech issues, but that would bother the fuck out of me. The screen flickering. Have you tried a different DayZ map? Could it be like the skybox? I got to work on my cussing and being well. I don't think I'll ever. I don't think I could ever cut out cussing entirely. Like I had to be really good about it this past week with my niece, because my niece is she's only 7, and I don't, you want to set a good example for your nieces and nephews, and I don't think I'll ever not cuss. I think cussing is okay in small batches or in moderation. I think that's acceptable. I'll probably stop getting so mad. Yeah, I used to get mad over video games, especially when I played League of Legends for like 8 years. And I used to get fucking mad. Like, not punch a wall mad, but like, I could tell if I kept playing League of Legends, I was going to have like a heart attack. So I was just like, I need to rethink about why I play video games. And when you break it down, what is it? Why do we play video games? We play video games to have fun, to relax, not stress out. And since then, I've just since I've had that paradigm shift about it, like anytime I die in DayZ, even if I die to like a hacker, or if I die to a dumb mistake, like I just laugh about it now. I just literally, no, there's really no point in getting upset about dying in DayZ. DayZ, like death in DayZ it's just part of the, it's sort of part of the gameplay loop. Overwatch is the one that makes me absolutely crash out. Dude, I loved playing Overwatch, and I hate that they ruined it. Never punch a wall mad. I get burst of blood vessel in my head mad. Yeah. That's how I felt playing League of Legends. I was gonna burst a blood vessel in my head. So I remember the last time I played ranked League of Legends, I think it was 2014. I think it was 2014. It was around that. It was around that time. It was the last day to for all the ranked games before the season ended. And mind you, I was only I wasn't high rank. I was fucking silver. And I was right about to get into gold, but I had to win a few games, and then I had to, in order to progress to the next rank, you had to win 2 out of 3 matches. The qualifying. If you lost 2 in that qualifier, you got knocked down. I just remember playing my ass off, and I literally won 10 games straight just to get to the qualifiers for gold. And I won the first game, I lost the second game, and the third game I had literally started right before the cutoff time for the ranked. And so I wasn't sure if I would have ranked up or not, depending on the game outcome. But I just remember playing that game and being the most fucking stressed I've ever been playing a video game. And I had to carry that team so hard. And it was so stressful because there was a guy on my team feeding. And I was just so stressed. But I won that game. And I did actually get gold rank, but I just remember that feeling of after I was done, I was like, I never fucking want to do this again. I never, I don't want to feel this level of stress ever fucking again. It's just terrible. You got to give it another shot. What do you think they ruined about it? Well, I think for Overwatch, Blizzard focused way too much on esports and pigeoning people into playing tank, healer, DPS, like having specified roles on Overwatch. That's what bothered me the most. Like when Overwatch first came out, the funnest thing about it was just it just felt like it was like it reminded me of TF2, like Team Fortress. And just like the chaotic nature of it, like, you know, you're just playing to have fun. But then everyone started to get super meta about it, super serial about it, and it just took all the fun out of it. How's the new update? I can honestly tell you, I've probably moved my character about 20 feet this entire patch. I haven't really moved around. I've just been chilling here at the airfield. So I couldn't really tell you. I mean, there's not much to this patch content-wise. I used to rage at the OG StarCraft on PC. It makes me think of StarCraft. I don't know why I used to love it so much. StarCraft was a great game. Blizzard just gave up on StarCraft because of no one was playing RTSs, or RTSs basically fell off in terms of popularity. I sometimes crave the suffering, I guess. I mean, that's why I play DayZ. That's the suffering I crave. I miss ripping it in Halo LAN parties, Warthog Wars. We used to do the original Dota LAN parties in college where I was. I was never big into Halo. Like I had a friend who had an Xbox, and the funniest thing is, like, we would go over to his house and we'd play Halo. I mean, he'd fucking kick my ass at it every time, because at that point, like, I had already, like, I played shooters on PC. I didn't play shooters on consoles. And I just remember just trying to get used to the controls on console, and I just hated the accuracy of it. And I would always, talk shit with my friend, and be like, "Oh, if this was PC, I'd beat the floor. I'd wipe the floor with you. I'd beat your ass." It's like, "Nah, you wouldn't. You just suck at this game." I was like, "Yeah, okay." And then, fast forward a few years later, like, he finally gets a PC, and then we start playing, we're not playing Halo, but we're playing other games. And every time I just wipe the floor with him, whatever, Unreal Tournament, Battlefield, Call of Duty, even, what was the other game? Tribes, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, all those games I just wiped the floor with. Be like, "Yeah, see, I told you." It's like I was like, controller, no go. Mouse, keyboard, much better. My buddy's brother used to smoke us on Blood Gulch 50, did nothing until we got good. Yeah. What's funny is Halo originally was supposed to be a PC game, but then it was like a last minute decision for them to port it to console for Xbox, which was, in hindsight, the greatest idea that they could have done. The new Battlefield, yeah, I enjoyed the new Battlefield. Not many of my friends still play it, though. I think it was a good step in the right direction for DICE to get people back into Battlefield after the debacle that was it Battlefield 4? Or which Battlefield was it or was it 2042 that they royally screwed up? Them dual SMGs in Halo 2 were goated. I don't think I played PvP in Halo 2. I think I only played Halo 1. like deathmatch and team deathmatch or capture flag. Well, I might actually have to move to get water for my character. $2042 was so bad. The mid-match attachment changes were so bizarre. I heard that they fixed a lot of that stuff, but it was like a little too late for it. I feel like once they got to 4+, I stopped caring. I liked 3 a lot, though. It wasn't with the last Halo that they released. They, like, people were saying that, or people were asking for, like, a Halo Battle Royale, but then the devs were like, yeah, we're not doing that. And it was just like all the people who grew up playing Halo played it for like a couple weeks, and then it just kind of fell off. Like, imagine if they took the old Halo engine that everyone grew up playing, and then they just turned that into a battle royal. Then you could probably hear all the people being like, "Oh yeah, I'll always win the battle royals on that. I was the best Halo player ever." Super jumps and all that, yeah. Well, all right. Did the population like fall? Oh, the population on the server fell off. Maybe that's why I haven't seen anyone. Jesus. God dang. Apparently everyone's on Hashima. Oh man. DayZ Canada brought back Namalsk. I cannot wait to go back to DayZ Canada. Be a filthy bridge troll over there. Well, now that we know the server population here is kind of falling off. I mean, theoretically, if the population falls off, usually when the population is a lot lower, people have less friction trying to get to the end areas of maps. So theoretically, we should see somebody soon. Or sooner rather than later, anyways. Because, I mean, the population is still decent. It's just not full. I miss the swords in the zombie game mode you could play in 3.2. Custom games were great. Yeah. Man, I remember coming home from school, getting on my PC and playing CS, and just trying to trying to do keybinds to like buy guns. Like, you had to open the console and like set up these shortcut keys using the console to like buy like kits, essentially. Like, oh, you want to buy all this This is the commands to type in for that. And then playing like DAzTech, CS Office. Is it CS Warehouse? No. Yeah. No, D Warehouse, I think it was. I even got into like custom map making on Counter-Strike. That was a lot of fun. I had like recreated my entire room as like a rats map on Counter-Strike. What's my top 3 games? OG Final Fantasy VII, PlanetSide 1, and third would have to be DayZ. Final Fantasy VII is just like, it's just like integral to like my childhood and the Final Fantasy series in general, because I love RPGs like that. PlanetSide 1, when that came out, I still can't believe that it wasn't more popular when it came out, but it came out around the same time as World of Warcraft. So, but PlanetSide 1 was by far one of the games I wish, and this is why I have this opinion on DayZ 2. PlanetSide 2 is like a bastardized microtransaction nightmare hellscape version of the original PlanetSide. And that's my innate fear of DayZ 2, is that it will be a bastardized version of DayZ 1, to the point where like I don't even want to like touch the series anymore. Because if you liked Battlefield games, you would have thoroughly enjoyed Battlefield 1. Not Battlefield 1, sorry. PlanetSide 1. Are you talking about BF1, Battlefield 1, or the original Battlefield? Like the original first Battlefield? Gotta search up some videos on this. Never even heard of it. I don't even know if, because this was pre-YouTube. This was around the same time that like Star Wars Galaxies was around. The original EverQuest. Like, this game, like, was... PlanetSide 1 was just on another level. You talking about Bad Company? No, not Bad Company. I'm not talking about Bad Company. Well, it looks like there's videos on YouTube for PlanetSide 1. So mad you didn't buy Star Wars Galaxies and Experience Pack. What's going on, Callie? I want to see if I can find a good Battlefield, a good PlanetSide 1 video to show you guys. Let's see. Let's see if I can find. I don't know if I can find one on YouTube right now. When I joined, I heard talk of DayZ 2. Yeah, no, I was saying that what happened to the original PlanetSide and what is now PlanetSide 2 is what I hope doesn't happen to. It's my innate fear, because PlanetSide 2 is like a bastardized microtransaction hellscape of the original. And that's what my fear of DayZ 2 will become, is that it'll be like that. Now, Bohemia doesn't have a track record of doing microtransactions, so I'm not too afraid of that part of it, but you know, it's still a thing I have against moving into Battlefield 2. Alright, well, I'll show you some gameplay of it. But here's like some gameplay video. But like it's basically just like one big map. There's 3 different teams, each having different like types of vehicles and guns. And it's just basically a giant war for different bases that you have to capture. They added mechs in the game, and I think everyone hated the mechs in the game, but for the most part, this game was like one of a kind. Honestly, I would hope they call it DayZ 2, but really it's just a remake, new engine, everything reworked. I mean, they say they see it's working, so to completely change it would be dumb. You never know. They may get greedy and want more money. I heard about some legal filings, like patents and job positions that allude to it, but no official. Yeah, they only trademarked or copyrighted the name for now, which for smaller studios usually they do it if they're 10 to 25% into development. Larger studios usually do it right up, like even when they're just discussing the possibility of it. Yeah, and I feel like there are ways to do microtransactions that are not like microtransactions that have no impact on gameplay are the way to go. Like, obviously they can't do close, right? Because server admins could just add different clothes, and mods are able to do that. Like their ability to do microtransactions in current DayZ is like it's very restricted to what they'd be able to do and enforce. You know, they're hiring a UX engineer, and that's for a new game altogether. And they changed the listing for the position, which initially said it was a survival style game. Yeah. And you have to consider too, as well, that game studios sometimes have people work on multiple projects at the same time, so they may not be dedicated to DayZ. They may be dedicated to something else, or 10% of their time is allocated to project 1, 20% to project 2. Although it's not smart to do that, because then when people have to pivot between projects, it distracts them from focusing, obviously. Rock on left. No, that's an infected. Yeah, those are infected. Oh, that's not people. Hey, what's going on, Smoke? How was your Easter? Actually, I think I might have already asked you how your Easter was. Forgot I streamed on Monday. Yeah, no worries, Raven. I think I'm gonna have to go. I have to go start looking for water soon. God damn it, he keeps claiming first. Well, I mean, it's 3.5 hours into the stream. I believe Grimm's claimed it first. I'll just tell you, Callie, I don't talk to him anymore. There was drama, and I didn't want to. I don't deal with drama. He made his choices. And I'll leave it at that. Hey, Smoke Greens, how's he doing? Yeah, no idea. I mean, I don't like to drag people publicly or I just don't want to associate myself with the stuff that transpired. How was Resident Evil 4 Green? Hmm. Yeah, I think I recall hearing him talk about it, but he never said who it was. Crazy if that was the issue. Yeah. Well, if you DM me, I'll tell you what happened. But I'm just not one to air things like out that publicly. I don't need no drama. He hasn't spoke on this matter publicly yet. Heard you're teaming with Chowder on Landbridge soon. Is Chowder coming back? Where's Chowder been? Last time I talked to Chowder, he was doing some work with his pops. He say he was making his triumphant return. He got a girlfriend. Well, good for him. Oh, shots. Yeah, I should probably figure out where those shots came from. I got an issue with anyone. I used to always watch, but he switched to Tarkov for a minute, and I stopped watching because I think he wasn't. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll just say this. Despite some of the comments Mark made, I had no issue with him. But then he said some stuff about me. And I was just like, at first I was like, what the fuck did I do? But, you know, if that's what it wants, if that's who's the person he wants to be, then I don't want to be associated with that. So yeah, he's a bit unhinged. Like I said, I don't like dragging people publicly, and I already feel like what I just said was too much, in my opinion. I don't want to. Again, I'm trying not to be drama central. All right, I didn't pay attention to where those shots were, so gotta figure out where those. There's somebody saying, "No, it's an infected. It's not a person." Rigged. Okay, that I think was this way. Yeah, that's this way. No, that way. Yeah, it's this way. Yeah. Let's see. Says a lot about the person. Yeah. Like, I have thick skin. I have, I don't care if people talk shit about me. But I don't the one thing I'll say is, like, I don't expect, or I wouldn't expect someone who I consider a friend of mine to let someone talk shit about me and just basically just tolerate that in front of them. I think that shows more about a person than anything. Because anyone, you could talk shit about me all day, but if you talk shit about a friend of mine, I don't accept that shit. I think that's got to be right next to the bunker. My water's gonna hit red soon. All this running. My character's not used to all this effort. Gotta sit down, find somewhere in the shade to sit down and make one of those grandkids bring you a beer. Yeah. Bring Grandpa a beer. Harold needs his legs stretched. Yeah. Perks of being old. Perks of having grandkids. Alright. What are those shots? Because the shots didn't sound like they were coming. They sounded like they were further right than the bunker, but there's not that much further right. L shape is closed. Both L shape is closed. I don't see any dead infected on the ground. What is that? Oh, I thought it was like a underground pillbox. What rifle in your hand? It's a VS-89. Oh, for a second I thought I saw smoke over there. Well, if we don't hear any more shots, we'll move back down south a little bit. I can't see. Yeah, the wrap kind of doesn't allow you to see what it is. With a big, yeah, I found it was in a Humvee. It was just stashed inside of it, so I took it because I've been using this Pioneer for a while, but started running low on ammo, and then I checked this Humvee and it had the VS-89. I was like, well, so I'm gonna take that. Alright, I don't hear any more gunshots. So it's probably that person was in the bunker, maybe? They were underground, but those bullets didn't sound like they were inside. Talk about a tear up, yeah. Watch, I come over here and somebody's running across the frickin' airfield. Played any of the official 1.29 yet? No. I try and stay away from official servers. I always end up running into a hacker on one point on the official. I usually end up running like cannibal farms, like on the on the very south side of Chernaris, and then you can only do that so much before somebody decides that your fun should end, and then they drop grenades everywhere. That was one thing that I always did on official servers, is I'd find a shovel and some seeds and like a jerry can, and I would just start a farm, and I would put all the new spawns to work, like building up the farm, but I would only allow them to eat, to be cannibals. And they would be cannibals, and I would be the one eating the vegetables. Oh, nice playing Sea of Thieves. I heard wasn't there a new patch, like a major patch recently? It updated like yesterday or the day before. Nice. Dude, I loved playing Sea of Thieves when that game first came out. It was so fun. I've been enjoying it. Nice. Yeah, me and my friends used to play that a lot, and then just kind of like fell off. But then again, that's like a lot of like the games I play with my friends is they end up just not wanting to play anymore. End up playing something else. Sounds like my DayZ group. Yeah, that's why I've learned to adopt the solo lifestyle in DayZ a lot of the time. Because most of the time I'm usually either running solo or if I do group up with someone, it's like somebody in spawn that I find. Most of the time the shooting's coming from this direction, so see if we can find anyone in this direction. My friend Doc says wants to try playing DayZ again. I feel like he would enjoy it if he played it more often, or if he put more time into it, but he's big into Tarkov. So I don't know if be able to get him. Fuck, that bush scared the fuck out of me. Oh man, my heart rate just jumped right there. God damn it. Well, I don't even have a mag for this thing. I just have it chambered. Which is, I think, why they left it in the Humvee, because they didn't have a mag for it. Yeah. I think it's all vanilla weapons. I don't know if there's any. I'm trying to think if there's any modded weapons on here. I don't think there is. If there are, it's not heavily modded. It's definitely not like Karma Crew. Okay, this is a good bush. Gun looks decent, but is it really? think that's a cow. Either a cow or a bison. Okay. That bush down behind me is really creeping me out, so I'm gonna leave. Keeps making... It sounds like somebody switching guns. Is this Takistan? No. A little too colorful for Takistan. Bushwookie phobia, yeah. I feel like as soon as I step in the bush, I'm just gonna get dropped. I don't have a helmet, so I'm just gonna fall dead. Somebody shoots me in the head. And I can't go around checking stashes because stashes aren't... You took out stashes because of the update. What was that? Death? What kind? Instant. And dead. Just kidding. Just kidding. I mean, that's how bad it would be. Wouldn't even hear the shot. I mean, if it was silence, yeah, you wouldn't hear the shot. But you'd at least hear the snap. Last time I was over here, I was like down in that area. And somebody was shooting at me with a silenced gun. And I could not find out where they were shooting me from, so I just burned an EpiPen and just booked it. I was like, I'm not gonna play Find the Bush Wookie with somebody shooting at me with a silenced gun. In fact, I should probably take the somewhat valuable stuff out of my shirt, seeing as my shirt is busted. Bush Rookie. Rookie Bush. What the fuck is that? The hell? I didn't see it last time I was here, but then again, it was nighttime. I was frantically running away from someone. Like one of those call crates? Yeah. I think you might need a key for it, though. I mean, I would assume you would need a key. Maybe that's why people aren't coming to the airfield. They see that and they go to that and then they get shot. Or a big rock. Big cube rock. I guess that's not really a cube, that's more of a elongated cube, I guess. I don't remember what the scientific name is for if lock no break. Oh, okay, yeah. I feel like you should be able to use the big rocks to break things. The only thing they're good for is making the stone fireplace. This is a big bush? Yeah, this is a big bush. Oh, still don't see anyone. Rectangular, yeah, that's it. Rectangular prism, there you go. There you go. Been a long time since I took geometry. Those new bunkers that they brought in with Sakal with a closable door. They just feel kind of weird. For a second, I thought those were footsteps. It's just a chopper crash. Watch, now that I'm not near the top of the hill, somebody's gonna see me. From up top, and I'm gonna have severe disadvantage. I wonder if that is dynamic, or is that just always there? I guess we'll find out the next time we come up here. Water everywhere, not a drop to drink. I somehow always end up in this predicament. I have good weapons. I have a full kitted plate carrier, but somehow I never have a helmet. Do like Patches O'Houlihan. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. 5 Ds of dodgeball. Patches O'Houlihan. Do I like my urine because do I drink my own urine because it tastes good? No, because do I like my own urine? I like it because it's sterile and I like the taste of it. So, I forgot what he says exactly, but that Dodgeball is one of my favorite movies. Oh, got here. What we got here? Is it necessary to work my own urine? No, but it's something like it. I thought you said it was because it was sterile. is what he said. Okay. We can Google it 1 sec. Yeah. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. They got laser, taser, blazer, all sorts of laser. Seen that movie many, many times. Yeah, that's it. That's the quote. All right, let's move up a little further so we get some sight on it. A little higher and we'll have a good vantage point if we don't get shot first. Oh, this is perfect. Unless I get shot. Knock on wood. You couldn't hit water if you fell out of a boat. Gets turned on in any game. Oh yeah, it's the ad break. Now my food is yellow. See, if I didn't see like these other bushes, you'd think they look like somebody's in that bush. That's gotta be at least 300 meters. Well, maybe 200? No, that's about 250, I'd say. Nice, he caught the rolls. Yeah, a lot of people love Ralts. A lot of people do. God, that rock noise almost sounded like somebody was near there. Any traffic? No, no traffic. But I was gonna say for your if you're taunting someone, my favorite is Aim Labs is free. Should try go download it on Steam to go practice your shots. Damn it, my character's starting to die of thirst now. Alright, we'll probably wait here just to say a few more minutes before we take off to go get water. I'm hoping we can get water at that POI down there. Or, you know, best case scenario, somebody shows up right here, take their head off, and they have a plethora of water. I had a dude whiff a mag at me at North Reese Airfield one time and just went to VoIP and asked if he wanted to talk about the pure panic spray. Yeah. Yeah, there's some people who they obviously, like, you could tell haven't they either avoid PvP entirely and they don't know what to do when they get into the situation, or they just they're not ready to oh, there's wolves there. Well, I hope the wolves don't come towards me. They said, no, I'm head out. That's cool. Not always. I think it has to do with the direction that they're looking. I mean, I've been pretty close to wolves on the server a lot of the time, and then they go on to somebody else that's further away. He's either using USG or SGK. I don't remember. I just know it was one of the SMGs. Yeah. Lucky you, yeah. I also think you have a lower chance of them going to you if you aren't moving. But I mean, there's been plenty of times where I haven't been moving and they still come to me. God, I hate the dehydration sound. It's so annoying. I might. I need water more than anything. Kind of goopy sounding, yeah. Kind of feel like that's the last thing you would be doing though if you were dehydrated or dehydrated. Would be like swallowing. Then spawning sound in Void Crew. I haven't played Void Crew yet. Pretty fun roguelike. Yeah, I've seen it. Just haven't played it. I wonder where those wolves went off to. Oh, there they are. Yeah, there was one. Was it? I think it was Monday. There was a wolf that just ran straight by me and just kept running. It's really weird. Yeah, anytime you pay a low price for a game that you get a lot of replay value out of or a lot of game hours is a good buy. When you pay $60 and you get like 10 hours of gameplay, you're like, the fuck did I just spend my money on? He was the last from a pack that had lost enough wolves for it to run away. Well, I mean, it literally ran for a long time. I've never seen wolves run for that long. Like, it basically ran to outside of like render distance. What's going on, Epic Valley? Only time is there in their Diego path so anyway, whoever killed the pack, yeah. I mean, that's what I figured it was. It was just really weird. Because it just kept running. Like, usually they stop running after a while, but it was just running. It was running. Long time no chat, just trying to get some DayZ watching, break from Rust. How's Rust been? Let's see. Toxic as always. Yep. That's Rust for you. I always want to spend time on Rust. I just don't have enough time in my day to dedicate to watching over a base that I'm just going to lose to someone who offlines it. I've been standing in a tree and had a deer pass close enough to pet it. Literally point emote and hand went into it. Nice. Well, I don't live more than 15 minutes in DayZ, so you give up. Damn it, are they on me? Let's see. I don't know if I don't think it's a driver issue. Does it show the flicker on TikTok Live Studio, or is it just when you're on the viewer's end when you're streaming? It's in the live. So okay, so it's in the preview. Okay. I assume you've tried restarting, right? That's weird. The wolf was running in the opposite direction? That's weird. Like this time on the mollusk. Okay, now they're running back this direction. Oh, this is only chambered? That's not good. Oh. Bleeding from my head, and that's not good. Alright, I need to... God damn it. How am I missing? Okay. No time for that. Gotta go. Time to go. Our health is not gonna go up while we're thirsty. Our only hope is we find a soda in these things down here. the one bad thing about dealing with wolves is they always aim for your head. Always. I mean, the only other thing I could think of, Sosa, is clearing all your temp files, just including, you know, uninstalling TikTok Live Studio and then reinstalling it, even though I think that nukes all your overlays, which would be a pain in the ass to redo. Oh. Diego's saying he might have figured out the stash mod and he's testing it. That's good. I like the stashes. My god, this infected needs to start walking the other direction. Oh. Stop being simple-minded and go in the same direction. God damn it. Oh, give me that water bottle. It's huge. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So at least we'll get my health start moving in the other direction. The hell? Oh fuck, he's lagging. Stop rotating. Not a Roomba. Oh my god. rotating like a goddamn Roomba. I like water in that thing. Alright. Doing it a little bit better. You know, water's at least stable for now, but it's going down again. Need more water. This car being empty is not a good sign. Had to try out a bot battle at least, real quick. Hey. Like, wait, what? Hey, there's another white container over there. Oh my god, a helmet. Holy smokes, we finally got one. Finally got a helmet.
Now, if my show offends you, I'm sorry in advance.
What a bitch.
Exactly. I've seen a few people swim across this thing. Now, would it be really messed up if I stood in I waited in a bush over here? Wouldn't that be pretty mean-spirited? There are no rules in the end of the world, exactly. And it has the latch on it like it needs a key card. Except I still need food and water, which fortunately I cannot collect the water in front of me. I mean, this should at least get my health up to white health. And I'm not, like, trotting along. Exactly. Where's my burrito? You know, there's one thing I haven't seen a lot of on this server, and that's the radios. Hand radios. At least I haven't seen a lot on my playthroughs on this one. Yeah, pretty low tier and can spawn it, yeah. You ran into anyone yet? No. I had to skedaddle from where I was because I got attacked by wolves. And then I needed water. I found a half empty water bottle, so I had chlorine tabs. It's going to hold me over until my health gets back up to at least white. And then I'm going to keep looking for, hopefully find like a soda or two. Or a well. I know there's a well like not too far from here that I can go to. And I'm jinxing you on those wolves. I'm sorry. Nah. I mean, the chances of those guys going onto me were pretty high, regardless. So don't blame yourself on that. The wolves always spawn. Feel like the wolves are extra on this map. No, I think they're in. Every time I've ran into wolves on this map. It's been pretty, I wouldn't say rare, but it's not frequent, which I think is good. Like, the malls gets so, dude, it's frequent when you're down south dealing with wolves. I mean, there's no bears. True. Been hit by 2 to 3 waves of wolves? Jesus. Man, you just got you got bad luck if that's the case. Holy moly. I'd say I get maybe one group every time I go north. On the way there, normally. Just need my health to tick white, and then we can go. Well, now supposedly with the melee weapons, you should be able to take out animals a lot better with the new patch. Because before it's a pain to, like, I almost killed a whole pack of wolves with a golf club before the patch on this server, so the key thing you gotta remember is, like, if you're meleeing them, as soon as they go to attack you, if you sidestep, if you go back into the left, like holding A and S at the same time, they'll always miss you. That's the strategy I use. Because they always aim for your head. They always aim for your head. And if you... I feel like if you're out in the open, it's a lot harder to melee them. If you can get to, like, a building, then you can pretty much take out the whole... You can take out most of the pack before they run away with melee. But you gotta be... You have to basically be, like, super on top. You can't, like... Can't make any mistakes, essentially. But anytime I have to shoot wolves, I will kill them, and if I'm desperate for food, I have vitamins, I'll skin one and book it. But if I have to go loud, like, you basically just have to kill them and run. I just take them indoors, meleeing a wolf. Yeah. I found, like, because if you're looking straight at them, right? Like, if you're looking straight at them, they're not gonna... They kind of, like, do the growling, and they're backing up a little bit. You have to, like, kind of, like, look... Like, put them at, like, almost like a 90-degree angle to you, and then they'll try and strike at you. Because they almost never try and approach you from the front, especially if you have a gun. But if you put them at your side, they'll try and like go at you real quick. All right, health is at white. Nothing in here, huh? Nothing. Okay, so there's a water fountain over here we can use. Feel a little sketched out using it, but basically gonna have to risk it at this point. Crazy amount of hits. So they changed it so that melee hits harder, so it shouldn't be as many hits. Okay, let's scout a little bit before we go grab the water. Now, as part of the changes in 1.29. Alright, I don't see anybody. Food in here. Food. Food. Alt AR-15. Mosin. A Tundra. And we don't have enough 308. Burn through all our 308. Oh, fuck, I need shoes? Wasn't even paying attention to my shoes. I need shoes now. Another Tundra. Well, I'm collecting 308 one round at a freaking time. I need shoes, leather kit, and some food. Damn it, if only duct tape still fix shoes. Bolt AR-15. Bellies, I mean, nothing for now. Well, well, it's getting to be about that time of the night. Haven't heard any shots lately. Haven't seen anybody. Hoping to get into a firefight. I think this is a bush. Alright. We're gonna call it here. Alright. Appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Oh man, I'll be back tomorrow. Cali, Epic, Raven, Sosa, Montana. Smoke, Grims, Grinnin, Creed. Hope y'all have a great night. Let's go find somebody to raid.